Hello! Hi everyone! Happy Friday! Hi Frankaboom, how you doing? Hi Astering, good morning! Hi Nelram! Still haven't watched the previous VOD, but I'm here for post Shadowbringers ending. Hi Kevin Spindle, how are you guys? I am so excited. Like, I'm always excited to play this game, but today I'm like extra excited because I'm gonna lose my sprout and I'm like, ah! I can do this. I can do this. Oh god. So I even took the title off of my name so that the sprout really, you know, pops. It's gonna be my final day with my sprout. Oh god. I'm so attached to it. 1400, maybe closer to 1500 hours. And I've always had the sprout there. It's gonna be gone by the end of stream. Hi Radetsky, how you doing? Hi Mr. Hesses. Is Gag getting de-sprouted today? Yes, yes, yes. I'm not gonna be a sprout anymore. I'm gonna be such a veteran player. Oh god. Alright, shall we get started? I think we were, yeah, in Azazla. Great, that's a good start. Finally completing the tutorial after 1500 hours. I know. You know, they do say that this game is massive. But that's actually crazy because I've played this game for so long or so much, like hours wise, and yet I still feel like I've only scratched the surface. This game is massive. When did you start? A few weeks before Endwalker released. A few weeks before that. Maybe 3 weeks before that or something. Or a month maybe even. Because it got delayed. Yeah, I think like a month maybe before Endwalker released because it got delayed. Somewhere around there. I've been taking my sweet time. No, the reason why it took me so long in the beginning was because I started this game as a YouTube playthrough, playing this only like an hour a week. I was in ARR for quite some time. It wasn't until last summer when I started streaming that I started to really make progress in the game, and ever since then it's been kind of crazy. I'm starting to scrape the bottom after 1.7 years, but I haven't done the hardest content. Nice. I started myself about 3 weeks before Endwalker got launched. Really? See, here's the thing. I would have been all caught up so much sooner, but doing a YouTube playthrough takes forever. It's like a full day just to get 1 hour out. So there's that. So while I was doing the YouTube playthrough and not streaming, I wasn't really making any progress. It wasn't until I started streaming I started making progress. And when I started streaming, it was mostly one day a week because I had so much going on back then. But now that I've fallen into the well, normally 2 streams a week. Now we're having a third one because I'm just I want to continue. But ever since I started doing like 2 streams a week consistently, I've been really making progress. I started a few months after Heaven's Word released. Really? You've been playing for a long time. I'm jealous. It's good not being entirely caught up and done with everything, because then Lala Chais is all you have to talk about. Chairs, okay. No. Yeah, it's been great. I never had to take any break from MSQ. That's awesome. I started with Shadowbringers release. Best decision I ever made. This game's a treasure. It really is. I'm so glad that I started playing this, because before this game I was the furthest from an MMO person. As an introvert, and I was always like, no, I want to play games solo, and you know, I never would have played this game if this wasn't a Final Fantasy. The whole reason why I started playing this was because this is a Final Fantasy. And that was the best decision I ever made, because this turned out to be my favorite game in the entire world. So believe me, I have a lot of stuff to do. Just recently caught up with older raids and trials. Aww. Hi Maida, how you doing? To be fair, I took multiple breaks with studies and other stuff, so maybe I've played a total of 2 or 3 years. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, if you've been here since Heavensward, you could have just come here like whenever there's like a big expansion or a bigger patch, and you know, do the relevant content, and then off to doing other stuffs again. Pretty good game, you think? Yeah, I think so too. It's pretty good. I'm lurking while playing. Happy lurking. Did I talk to Graha here? I need to talk to Graha because I love Graha. You are the most adorable thing ever. It's pretty good. Yeah. The Azure Dragoons of history were the mortal enemies of the dragons, yet now they would be hard-pressed to find a soul who understood them better. Hello, Estinian. I started during the Great WoW Exodus and never looked back. Well, kind of looked back, but with nostalgia only. Aww. Ooh. This is my first MMO ever. I'm afraid to add up my sub amount. Been subbed since fall 2014. Oh my god. That's a long time. It's gonna be 10 years next year. That's crazy. Righteous indignation. Estinian is ready to lead the way to Tiamat. You've been paying a lot. But it's so worth it. Tiamat awaits. This way. But it's the same as paying for something like Spotify or Netflix or something like that. Like, if it's something that you use a lot every month, then it is worth it. So many new friends and experiences along the way. I know, I've made so many new friends through this. Even met my boyfriend through this game. That's crazy. Hello, Graha. I'm sorry I'm not talking. I should talk to everyone, not just Graha. But I'm just so happy that they're here. To think that man is responsible for all this, and so much else that dragonkind has suffered. I've heard horror stories of how bad some systems in the game were back then. Oh. Feels kind of weird having played 9 years content in 1 year. I know. More worth it than paying for gachas? That's true. That's true. I agree. Resigned to her fate, though she may be, I cannot help but feel that we may be able to help Tiamat. Would she only let us? So this is the one of the 7 great worms. Even thus confined, her presence is overwhelming. Estinian doesn't talk. It's fun to watch, go through it all in one go, not having to deal with cliffhangers for 3 to 4 months between patches. Oh my god, I know. But so soon I'm gonna be all caught up and on the same boat. Like, I don't even know what it's gonna be like being all caught up and waiting for a new patch. Because right now I'm like, no new patches. I'm still working on the previous ones. Just stop. Having to deal with TP was such a pain in the ass. Oh yeah, I know there was another point system previously, but I don't understand. Like, so apparently some skills had, you needed those points to use skills, like stamina points. Oh, okay. Just a small task of dealing with Endwalker MSQ trauma first. Shall we get started? Alright. Here we go. My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man? They just announced March 31st is 6.4 live letter. I noticed that. Oh my. Another patch coming in. I don't think I'm gonna be caught up to 6.4, but I think 6.5 is a pretty safe bet that I'll be all caught up.
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Story time. That my sins should be repeated. I sensed not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Merasidia, our children. Oh, sorry. Boy, I want to watch this, but still got a good hour of work left. Well, the VOD is always gonna be here, so no worries, it's not going anywhere. Take your time with work. The Akon claimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed of their will, they became tools for the Elegant's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Yes, the dragons of Meracidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness. Again you would profane the memory of my beloved, and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, Slayer of Dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Meracidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with Acons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed, ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Akon's influence, all would pay the price. But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends, to lay Bahamut's memory to rest. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary. And now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow, for the debt I owe to Hydaelyn, and to all who have suffered for my sins. I shall fight with you, children of man. Hi! Hi! Aw, I love you. Lolly-ho! Aw. Chloe told me to tell you that she loves you more than I do. Aww. Aww. I'd come say hello, but I'm on downloading everything again right now. Downloading what? Aww. While porxies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Literally everything. My PC was at the PC shop in my city for repair. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry. Good luck with that. That's a journey to get everything set up again. Got it back like 2 hours ago. Oh my god. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Alicants kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you, then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Alphino and Kat here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea. And being indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the notes covering Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Ah yes, we are familiar with it. The Aether Chemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this. A spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Just normal stuffs, you know. Here's my blood. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambros Urianger and I are researching the use of spirit vessels in the transference not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines. And so I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the notes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try at least. Agreed. We will take good care of it. To the flagship, then. Aww. That's cute. Alice and I shall remain here and attend to necessary preparations. In the event that the spirit vessel fails to work as expected, you know where to find me. Good luck. Thank you. Where the heck am I? There. Let's go. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Wait. Ah. No, not here. Why can't I find my quest? Ah, there it is. Warning, scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Oh, you have the weapon that I want. Man, I haven't been working on that in a while. I should pick it up again. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units. Proceed? Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. Oh. I I'm afraid Estinian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? I did, a node which smelled like burnt hair. Yes, a chirruping node which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. I found a way to activate mechanical sentries, if that's any help. No. Let's go with that one. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node of which Graha spoke. And it was chirruping, you say? Very well. Let us take a closer look. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologists and members of the royal family. Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Why am I tempted to say Alfino? Who are we gonna make part of the royal family? I'm just gonna say me. Welcome, Cat Magi. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Error, unable to disengage restraints of the specimen. Tiamat, a system update is required. A system update? What do you suppose it is asking of us? To smash it to pieces. Well, it's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanisms, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it has received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Imagine if our computers could detect user agitation. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense? User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. But I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. For vengeance! The restrainment node stands poised to lend a hand, figuratively speaking. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Have to say that Azizla is not my favorite location. Not only because the map is just so annoying. This one? But just overall, I'm not a huge fan of this place. You do not know how to operate the terminal. Not here, then. Hello. No, I need to be down. So wait, where then? This goes past. Ah, there's another terminal. I see. Hi, Azina. How you doing? Happy Friday. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version something something. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update 5 years, 1 day. That's gonna take a while. Man, slow computers. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead. That's how long it would take my brain to update? That's bad. The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain, just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to Grahatia once this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Alagan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Asians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Asians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Vendaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? And Emir, no, I want to understand him. I will try, yes, and if that fails, I'll remember him. Certainly, after I've wiped the smile off his face. This is the first time ever I'm tempted to answer like this. I usually don't. But that dude, I hate him so much. I just... Ugh. System update. Fix one thing, breaks 10 new things. Hi Edge, how you doing? Ugh. Option 3 is the only option. See, usually I would go with enemy or no, I want to understand him. But that dude, I don't want to understand him. I just want him gone. I'd rather put my lance through his heart and be done with it. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people. How did he react like I was saying something kind? Even if it be but the faintest glimmer, I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. Hi Luna, how are you doing? How has your day been so far? You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yes, yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. Doing well? So far the day has been nice. How are you? I am excited, because today I'm gonna lose my sprout. I'm gonna lose my sprout today. I'm excited and terrified and sad, but mostly excited. All three answers probably were leading to the same response. They were close enough. Fair enough. Did I miss anything so far? Not really, no. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. I was quite sad when I lost my sprout, so I understand. I've been playing this game for so long. I have somewhere between 14 and 1500 hours into this game. That sprout has been there my entire journey. And to think that it's not gonna be there anymore, my name is gonna feel so naked without it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphinaud has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Speak with Alize. Oh, God. Oh, this goddamn map. Well, that's a journey. Gives me time to drink some coffee. The sprout icon really sticks around for a long time nowadays. Mine was gone when I reached Heavensward. Yeah, it's crazy that they keep it for so long. But to be fair, and this is something I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I feel like even though I've played this game for as long as I have, I feel like I've still just scratched the surface of this game. So I kind of understand why the sprout is there for longer, but it is quite a long time. But that just makes it such a big deal when it's gone. Over 1k hours is still a new player, right? I'm a newbie. It's okay, Kat, you are still a sprout on NA and OCE. That is true. If I ever miss my sprout, I can go to my alts. Estinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphinaud's absence that he's needed elsewhere. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirm that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards the umbral, and was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Meaning, I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance. Sprout stays longer each expansion, so wait until next expansion comes out before getting to Endwalker. Oh. Yeah, there are gonna be new players that are gonna be sprouts when they hit the end of Endwalker. Imagine that. Oh, you had a slight name change? Aw, that's awesome. Hi Skiff, how you doing? Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphinaud to disengage the restraints ethereal dampers. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Angelo! Every time I hear the name Angelo, I just want to play FF8 again. Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. Oh, this is Urianger. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Alag. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Ah, the dog launcher. Wonder how many dogs Runoa went through before she got it right. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's only one Angelo. Well, apparently now there's two, but you know. Kat, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Tell me of Bahamut and the Asians. Tell me of your war with the men of Alag. Talk about Bahamut. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for eternity. But alas, it was not meant not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation, I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alak first came onto Mericidia, onto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlian scholar Rusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the second astral era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time, they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony, too, were fated to end. For the men of Alak slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Ascians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear when this is over. Keep going, Alice. The magic is working. While I knew this wasn't going to be easy, no patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close, I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. Then I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go. Oh. Go, Angelo!
No. I'm almost there. This is it, Angelo.
Right. Take my energy. Yes, I feel it. The acorn's grip growth weak.
Didn't work.
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Uh-oh. Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know. And I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Oh my god. It must feel so good to move after all that time. Can you imagine being like basically stuck like this for that long? How good it feels to move. Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Rionje, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan.
Oh, over what?
He flies for the largest amount of settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Now that's a jump. Estinian. Whee! Ah, he's the Azure Dragoon. Yes, he is. He sure is. Hi, Lally-ho. Well, I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle. It would be wiser to gather the full strength of the science first. The foe we face demands no less. Don't give me food. Give me guilt. The flames of war. With Lunar Bahamut bound for... I'm not gonna even try to pronounce that. Grahatia is determined to call upon the aid of your fellow scions. I have already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Ul'dah at the Hall of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. Gosh, I love Graha. Me too! I love him. Paglatan? I swear to God, these names in this game. What? You bring me there like this? What is this kindness? I'm not used to it. First, the spate of abductions, and now an attack on the Amalja homeland. What do the Telophoroi aim to achieve with all this? Thanks, game. Very cool, right? Ugh. Now, I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say that Telophoroi have other plans. Paglatan is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Terrapin at their head. Well now. Given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. It's good to hear that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Hello. Lalas are so cute. Your Grace. Marshal Terrapin had made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Potato Gang! Hi Johnny, how you doing? How has your day been? No, Blue, no, don't you go fixing what I say. Speak for yourself. Lalas, here's the thing. Lalas are always either cute or creepy. It's always one or the other. Nor is Ul'dah alone in its resolve. The other Alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Boglathon. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested. For we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Al-Majah show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it's incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Asians or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him. And Kat and others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the science, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming that is, you are ready to take the field. Either nice or spawn of Satan. See? Cute or creepy? An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12th blessing keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I for one am inclined to do as her grace requests. Lest we forget, Arenwald and Fordola are in Boglathon on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship, then. All right. Hello. Oh, yes. I think this is the easiest way to get there. Airship landing. Oh, right! My summoner quest is here. Hello, Graha. Hi. Do you think Estinian and Tiamat have already reached Boglathon? But I should know better than to speculate on the whereabouts of the Azure Dragoon. Forgive me. Greetings. We've been expecting you. But say the word, and we shall depart for Boglathon at once. Oh! It's a dungeon. Or a trial. Which one? Hi, Lally-ho. Alright. Who wants in? Oh, let's not fight yet. Can I talk to Graha more? Is there different talk? Ooh, the grasslands of Baklathan will make for an open battlefield. Many though our enemy are, we will not have to fight against the terrain at least. By the way, let me read about this thing that we're gonna do before I forget. Dungeon? Dungeon. Long have the sweeping plains of Baglathan been home to the nomadic Amalja, though the herding of livestock keeps them constantly on the move. The permanent settlement of Zolmuk forms the seat of power and center of their society. It is there that Telophanoi would wreak destruction, dispatching a vast host comprised of both imperial soldiers and tempered dragons, with Lunar Bahamut at its head. Yet even against these heretofore unimagined foes, the Amalja stand strong, with Asinian, the recently freed Tiamat, and the Eorzean lions at their side and eager to turn the tide. Hi! Lally ho! Aww. Lally ho! Oh my gosh. Last Shadowbringers dungeon? Oh my god. Soon that sprout will be gone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oof. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Hi. You haven't been in a party in a while. Happy to have you here. Yay! Cat is sproutless soon. I know. Look at that sprout. Look at that sprout. There it is. It's still here. But when I end stream, it's no longer gonna be there. I'm not gonna stop until it's gone. Yes. Should I sit properly? Minimum item level. Whew. Oh gosh. And also, I'm level 88. I'm gonna hit level cap soon. 12-hour stream, great. It's not gonna take that long. Right? Ascian vermin, you shall torment my children no longer! This dungeon is fun? Alright. Oops. I seem to have made someone angry. That tends to happen a lot. I tend to make things envy. I think there's something wrong with me. I'm in a weird mood again. Oh, hello. Can I hit everything? I just can't reach this dude. Let's get rid of it. Not that one. Ooh, that's yellow. Ooh, that's yellow too. That's green. That I can hit. Goody. Ooh. Ooh. That lighting is beautiful. Huluk. Wow, you have a spiky tail. Whoa, okay. Thundercall. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, okay. Am I safe here? I'm alive, so I'm gonna say success. Whoa! Still alive! Oh god. This is a safe space. Safe-ish. Oh! Well, that too. Okay. Thank you. You need to take your lightning to a tower, then run out of the AoE. Alright. Oh, now I saw it. Okay. It helps being dead, because you can actually see what the heck is going on. I don't know, I wouldn't take advice from a dead guy. Well, dead or not, they know more than me. Helps being dead. Well, it does help being dead. I can actually see what's going on. Soloing the fight, I see. Wow. Oof. Warriors really don't need a healer, do they? This is nothing, it's even stronger with Endwalker kit. Wow. That's insane. Should I still go to the beginning or... Yes, okay. I just didn't want to go during that because I wanted to see how that ended. Beginning so you didn't get debuff? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, that was a short trip. Didn't make me walk so long.
What took you so long? The Amounts are in trouble. Let's split up. don't.
Hi, Mystic Sky, how you doing? Nice. Doing fine, enjoying the post game so far? Yes, I am. Ooh, I'm not going in there. There we go. grabbing a dragon? Really? Oh, this is cool. Huh. Well, that's new. Oh my god, I can't see anything. I love that we have our helper here. That's so cute. Lunar Bahamut. Those wings are gorgeous. Hi Japan hobbyist! If we beat Shadowbringers tonight, will we be watching the Endwalker opening? Yes! Yes. Will be a long stream to finish Shadowbringers tonight. Not too many quests, but cutscenes. Right. Alright. We shall see. Oh, that's not what I meant to press. God, the sunlight, that's gorgeous. Makeup player. That doesn't sound good. Ouchie. Ah, it leaves something like that. Oh, I see. What the heck is this? Okay. That is mean. Oh. Once it starts pulsing, I think you can get out of it. Oh, I can? Okay. I thought it would just follow me, like all the other ones. I thought it did follow me. See, that was a good use of my shield. Oh, there. See, that follows. Ah, okay, I see. That's how it works. My tiny hair. Yay! Alright. What are these things on the leg? It's like tattoos, but weird. Man, what a fantastic dungeon this is. That was fun. This is gorgeous. Beautiful. Alright. Here we go. Oof. I think you will be seeing more of those kind of mechanics from now on, Kat. You will have a target on you that you basically get to pick where to place it. It will follow you for a set time, then it will stay in the spot you are standing, then you can run away. Alright. That's simple enough. This is gorgeous, she says while pointing toward the evil glowing tower. I meant the lighting and the field and all of that. I mean, the tower is kind of cool looking as well, I'm not gonna lie. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Meracidia hearken to the lies of the Asians. This I vow.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
You would make peace with Ul'dah then? We would be proud to call you our allies. Then let us put the past behind us. We'd be proud to call you our allies.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Come on, look at the lighting. That was beautiful. Sometime earlier inside the Buglothon Tower.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now.
We came together and we're leaving together.
I'm sure they're fine. What are your feelings on the increase of difficulty with the dungeons and trials in Shadowbringers? I don't think I can answer that because in Shadowbringers we started doing everything on minimum item level, so that's skewing the whole experience a little bit. So I don't know what difficulty, like how difficult they are in normal mode. So I don't know about the difficulty increase so much. I would have to experience all of these dungeons and stuffs with normal mode first. But I've been loving doing them on minimum item level, so been loving that. Fine, right? Alright. Let us continue. No, not the doggy. Although now that I have you here, let's pet the doggy. And let's give you this. There we go. While it would be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandaniel, oh, I wish we would. We have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received word of Arenwald's safe return. When the dust settles, Alfino is minded to share his account of the events that unfolded in Baklathon with the Sultana. Oh, hello. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave science! Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the frontistery. Your Grace, whatever is the matter? As our troops withdrew from Baklathon, they came upon the 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend, I believe, had been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, Your Grace. Can you tell us aught of Arenwald's condition, Your Grace? The wounded scout. Naught save that it is grave. The chirurgeons tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Cat Estinian, would you mind going after Alfino? He may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Bucklathon. Come on then. Everyone's just sitting here. Aw. Courageous. Alchemist's Guild. Oh god. I never know how the heck to get out of this place. Was it here? Hustings Strip? Alchemist. Hello. Another one come to see the lad in silver armor. Master Damulot is attending to him as we speak, if you would be so kind as to wait. What did Master Damulot say? Tell me his exact words. Let the chirurgeons do their work. But you're right, forgive me. When we said our farewells to Arnwold, I was afraid that something like this might happen. But now that it has, all we can do is wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better, and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
I know. There is nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the fragrant chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think note of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
You need only tell me where they are, Your Grace. Grand Companies, Your Grace? Is that wise?
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause.
Yay!
It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Humming again, I see. You're cute. Oy. Ooh. Right then. Unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. Pray return! And that includes you, Alphinaud. Ironwald is in good hands here. Of course, he would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire then, that we might regain our strength in readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement then, I shall let Kryl know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. will be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him. And thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Kryl in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss, one of which concerns you, Estinian, believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding the Baldessium. Woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? Revenant's told. Alright. That's a decorated thingy. Alright. If Cat is stream mom, I guess I am stream dad. Oh my god. Oh, straight to a cutscene.
Welcome back.
Thank
I
you.
expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time.
And you shall have it. Oof. Hi, Mortal Cheesecake. How you doing?
Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Thank you so much for the follow.
Oh, I
Welcome
well
to the
remember
stream.
what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Hi, Fat Clump, how are you doing? Need to head off for a bit, enjoy this, and enjoy the start of Endwalker if I miss you starting that. Okay, have an amazing rest of your day. I'm enjoying this, but should get home from work. Time to start Friday gaming. Back in hopefully an hour. Yay! Ah, happy weekend. Oh yes, happy weekend, everybody. When Hydaelyn spoke directly to us. I actually can't remember, but it can't be that far. That day in the Crystarium. Just nod, right? I think this is my honest answer. I have no memory.
Is the question truly so vexing? Perhaps you fear I will chastise you for giving the wrong answer. Or was it so long ago that you simply can't remember?
I just can't remember, but that doesn't mean that
History
it was far
shows
away.
us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Alfie making puppy eyes before Estinian. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Ooh. You have some options.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use.
Every time Van speaks, I just want to mute the game audio.
To our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
On you.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Hi, Love Shine. How are you doing? I also get this overwhelming urge to stab something. Right. Congrats on finishing 5.5 on to 5.55. Well, I mean, I'm not done with the quest yet. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Yay! Alright, let's continue. Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons. Not that they ever seem to be anything but. Thancred's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. But when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, than you lot more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future, but for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Oh, good lord, I'm gonna have to tap out. I thought I was done with post Shadowbringers, but it turns out I'm not, so this is spoilers for me. Oh no! Oh no, don't let yourself get spoiled. Oh. I'll be back to watch you again after I'm caught up. Okay. Enjoy the story. Which is where I come in, and gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the Scions who risk life and limb, like poor Arenwald. I wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. It wouldn't do to have him come back to a complete shambles, now would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. Now I'm done with the quest. Now I'm done with the patch. Alright. One patch to go, another one left. And then I'll lose my sprout. The company we keep. Alice, I can tell you are itching to take the fight to the Telophoroi. Ah, Cat, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. If you come hoping for tidings from Kryl, I'm afraid we're still waiting. But we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says. Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hoary Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Ulda's progress with the Amalja, Gridania has opened negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. The wait between the last Shadowbringers was painful. I finished Shadowbringers like 5 weeks before Endwalker. Ooh. Around the time when I started the game. All of which is obviously very encouraging, but with the Telophori still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Some long quests. Oh, I bet. A lot of cutscenes. That's okay. I've got my coffee and water and we're good. We're all set up for Friday night movie time, right? Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. A council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested. We were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Telophori in concert with our new allies. The Beast Tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. So the Alliance would bring all the Beast Tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan given the delicacy of the negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one, considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady. And for their part, I am told the Beast Tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions too are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. Just make tacos for movie night? Nice. Oh, now I'm starting to get hungry. Got some mango, does that count? Yes. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we would be honored to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. Then I will bear your answer hither with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. Last Shadowbringers patch. Exciting. Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and Ishtola lead our contingent. Given how long you have worked to end summoning, it is only right that you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our part in that little endeavor, don't you, Kat? All present may rightly claim a seat, I do quite agree. But by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Emmerich will be there and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well then. While those with a mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo. Shall we? As long as Graha is with us, I'm happy. Alright. Alamigo Quarter. Let me guess, I can't actually land here. Can I? How the heck am I supposed to get this? Can I land here? No. Cannot land here. Aww. Well, this is never gonna work. Ah! Stay there, you stupid little piece of shit. Just a bit over. Weak. That was... You missed the science? Talk to them first. There's Graha. Ha! I suppose I am. The fact that our cure for tempering made it possible only heightens my anticipation. Honestly, the look on your face, eager to bear witness to another historic moment, by any chance? Even with the swift intervention of the immortal flames, all too many lost their lives at Buglathon. Still closer cooperation between our peoples will be required if we are to thwart the plans of the Telophoroi. Like the city-states, every beast tribe has its factions, each with their own agenda, making peace a complex proposition. But if the Alliance can come to an understanding with their leaders, it will be for them to resolve internal politics. The Amalja cannot be the only tribe to have been targeted by the Telophoroi, and none of them will have taken kindly to having their people enslaved, nor their gods turned against them. Alright. Trial chain isn't done? No, we're doing the Eden first. We have been expecting you. While some few quests... Yes, we have a few quests to do. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in? The sylphs.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
If we follow what our previous times in patch content, we will finish all of Shadowbringers patch content before really pushing into Endwalker MSQ, but that might change if Kat wants to push forward with MSQ. I'm torn. I am torn because I would like to have all of the Shadowbringers content done before I go into Endwalker, yes. However, because I am so impatiently waiting to be able to continue my crafting journey, the idea of pushing forward in MSQ and that's tempting. It's tempting. I don't know about that yet. Because basically, if we were, like, let's say I finish post Shadowbringers today. Then we have the rest of the Eden raids to do. That's probably gonna be one stream. The trial will probably take 2 streams. So basically, if I did an extra stream next week, the whole next week would be just trials and raids. And then I could start Endwalker after that. Or we can have just Monday be raid day, and then Wednesdays MSQ, and maybe Fridays whenever I can. I don't know yet. There are pros and cons in both of those. I don't know yet. We shall see. No.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Yistola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That rhymes.
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome.
Yay! Welcome back, Asina.
I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soulwalker? Do you not express your passion thus? A little city without gills, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
Man, that voice.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets! Pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
Free!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
Aww.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
Mama Porksy needs to make some babies.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I love the tribe
I see
so
we are
much.
all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the Scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Need to head out and enjoy the stream. Thanks for coming. Have a lovely rest of your day. Crystal Braves too. Don't you dare. I would call it the Grand Company of Eorzea. I would call it... One moment, please. Let's not call it one moment, please. Crystal Braver. No. No. Grand Company of Eorzea. That's good. Hi, Tiny Nano. How you doing?
But that's
Happy weekend.
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
I want to be excited and happy, but because of the whole Crystal Braves, I'm a little scared. Traumatized. Crystal cowards.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
No. Alpino's grand dream from ARR, which he thought died with the crystal braves. Yeah. Hi Graha, do you have something new to say? Forgive me for observing, but Alphinaud seems less than jubilant. Might his thoughts still be occupied by the fate of poor Arnwold? Crystal sloppies? Oh my god! That was way funnier than it should have been. Oh god. One of these science looks a bit different. You mean the humming one? I'm currently doing the Crystal Braves part of ARR with my alt. Oh, perfect timing. The one in blue is ugly, that's the problem. Don't be this mean to Alphina! Oh my god. Blue being mean to Alfie, how dare he? The Grand Company of Eorzea. I wonder what Ryle and the other former Crystal Braves will make of it. I was trying to be mean to myself, I know, but it was just too perfect. I'm only mean to Alfie in ARR. No, you don't hold back. I think Alfie get too much for the Crystal Brave's failure. He's young and naive. That's what can happen then. Yeah. Don't you dare to be mean to yourself. Yeah. I love you. Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened as anyone to see the peoples of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, of the sacrifices that would be made and the lives lost, inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the final step, is the first step, the first of many. Many and more questions. Hi! Elder Seed's here. How might we be of service? I seek Master Alphinaud's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. Oh? I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, the better to predict the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so. It is our hope that we may make use of the Sylphs' established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between the Trade Consortium and the Grand Company. If the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves. Yes, forgive me, Master Alphinaud. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the wrong. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves, which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception. One intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests. And I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you. Not at all. You may count upon my assistance for what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphinaud, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance, and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt but that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telophoroi and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? I can't think of an excuse not, so yes? As if you have to ask. Thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it will be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Then mayhap Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Pray return! Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. We should be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Hello, my love. I see that you are yourself again. Hi, Graha. I take it we will soon be paying the Sylphs a visit. How fascinating it will be to speak with them in person, though I gather conversation can prove rather challenging? So, what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Ul'dah, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be the crucial question, namely, why, after the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new grand company together. And that this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. That is my hope, yes. But the question I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character, so keep your wits about you and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. If you have no objections, I've a mind to begin by speaking with Riol and Alion. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at Castrum Oriens. Let us seek them out there. Castrum Oriens? Okay then. Well, look who it is! And what brings you two here? Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a matter of speaking, I have been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the science, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As I once explained to Kat, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Science, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for me own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions have something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. And that was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time goes on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hoary Boulder to Mr. Stataru, we've all of us got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain. Because we believe there's more important things than that. Things worth protecting. Which is what being a Scion is all about. I love that. I can't help but like Alian. I have a thing for Femme Ellison. Aww. I am at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me. Kat, could you... What will you say? Give us your thoughts on the Crystal Braves. Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Well, its founding ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band, and while I will never forgive Ilbert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reasons, hey? Only takes one bad apple, they say. And the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Tataru sifted out all the glory hunters, for they made it through the door. I see. So while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. Tataru yet again MVP of the Scions. She really is. She really is. Oh. Ever heard Yu Yu House at Japanese VA? No. No. Say no to my TP offer real quick? Okay. On official business. Alphino is keen to hear what Alice and Grahatia have learned from the Braves who turned their back on the cause. Well, I think we have taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I am conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. Gridania, we are going home! Lancer's Guild. Lancer. Did I just saw a ghost? Did I see a ghost? Hi Graha! How do you like Gridania? When Alize sets her mind on something, there is no stopping her, and her mind was truly set on finding former Braves. For a while, I even feared what she might do to them, but in the event, she was admirably civil, for the most part. Thanks to Tataru's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Elfinal, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, go on ahead to Little Solus and seek out Elder Frixio. I will join you anon. Oh, Frixio! Hello. You have a very, very beautiful weapon. How do you have that here? Did you buy it? That is gorgeous. I love it. Now our weapons match. Bought it quite a few streams ago. I'm just so used to seeing you with that I didn't even pay attention. Little Solus. Or maybe I'm just forgetting stuffs. See, my mind is a little bit broken. Doesn't always work the way it's supposed to. Frixio! Hi, Graha. What do you think? Though I had the honor of sharing a table with Elder Frixio in Alamigo, I did not have an opportunity to speak with him. I do hope my studies have granted me a sufficient grasp of his people's customs. Do you know how to dance? Wait, get me to craft what? Fake round weapons? I crafted my own weapon. Oh yeah. What do you need crafted? I could never? Do you mean like you don't want to? Like you're just not into it? Or because it's a daunting thing to do? Welcome, Brave One and friends of Brave One. How good it is to see Walking Ones again so soon after the meeting. I miss the way they talk. It's been a while since we last spoke. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? See, now I'm actually a dancer. No, be at ease. It is true that these ones once delighted in making Walking Ones dance, but no more. They could never ask for you to craft for them and stuffs. Oh, I wouldn't mind. I love crafting so much. Horned One Kane Sena said that walking ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Southlands and abducted many of these ones. So these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. This is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telophori. If Kat is anything like me, you would be doing her a favor asking her to craft them for you. See, blue is not wrong. Have I been saying how I've been kind of stuck with crafting because I can't really do anything right now because I have to wait until I'm in Endwalker? I need to be crafting anyways to level them up, so... These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. There are level 80 crafting gathering tribes in Shadowbringers. I've done the dwarves. I don't even have levels in most of the classes I like the Fey weapons for. Oh, well that's different then if you can't even use them. If you keep doing the dailies, it's still good XP, isn't it? So for level... So, the Shadowbringers the dwarves, which are the Shadowbringers crafters. Those will only give you good XP when you are below 80. Once you hit 80, you only get 1000 XP per quest, so basically nothing. So I am at a point where I have everything above 80, which means the only way a crafting or gathering tribe would give me XP would be if they were the Endwalker ones, which obviously I cannot do because I am not in Endwalker. Which of the Shadowbringers tribes have you unlocked? I've almost finished dwarves. I have unlocked pixies, but I have not started them. Pixies. Fairies. Pixies. Anyways, those. And then the third one I have not even unlocked. Hi Rum King, how are you doing? I'm a liar. No, I've been, because right now, because you can work on basically 4 tribes a day if you do like the 3 dailies per tribe. You can work on 4 tribes a day. So I've been working on the 3 Stormblood tribes and then from Shadowbringers the dwarves. So those have been the 4 that I've been doing my dailies for. Still working through ARR beast tribes. The Ixali are so rough because most of my crafters are at max. I know, like the Ixal, oh my god. Yeah, I did Ixal way past the point where you could actually get XP from them. So I feel that. Yeah. The third one is the gathering ones, I think. Wait, I thought that in Shadowbringers you didn't have separate gatherer and crafter. The third tribe is a gatherer tribe, yes. Wait, really? I thought that Endwalker was the first one to split them. Shadowbringers was when they split. I did not know this! I would have done them a lot sooner if I had known that. Oh, now I'm mad. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one. And in quite a hurry, it seems. Alice, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me. You couldn't read. You couldn't read my handwriting. Sorry that we told it so late. Because I swear to God, I feel like we talked about this long time ago, and I just, from what I took, was like that in Endwalker they are split. Like that's all I heard, was that in Endwalker they are split, like there are different tribes. Gatherer and Crafter are different tribes in Endwalker. No one ever said that it's also so in Shadowbringers. So I just assumed that Shadowbringers is the same way as all the previous ones, and in Endwalker they are split. Oh, I would have utilized it so much had I known. Now I'm gonna have to do them with 1000 XP again. That sucks. Ugh. Whatever's the matter, Alphino. Oh yeah, I read this. What? No, a Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlian has sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be the Kryl has managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough. But there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seats here. Gatherer tribes are the easiest to do. That's not the point! The point is that I lost like a buttload of XP. Like millions and millions and millions of XP. Really? I can see why they might want science to be present, but us specifically? Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Fortunal Leveilleur. Your father? Well now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be a surprise enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. We're gonna meet their dad? That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members, unless he volunteered for it? It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed. And whenever he writes to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frixio, loath though I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies along with my report. Never mind. There will be time to talk later. This one will keep walking us from more urgent matters. Go. The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seedseer awaits even now. Let us be on our way. This. I don't have to use my return. Welcome, Warrior of Light. The Elder Seedseer and your friends are waiting within. My friends. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. I'm so distracted with the whole tribe thing now, like it's hard to focus. Damn, that bothers me. Ugh. My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Forchenault's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mr. Skryl permission to request Sharlayan aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover.
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience.
Hello. Hi, Maida. Came back at a perfect time? Fun fact, Cat, we had a Forchenault cosplayer play with us when we did the near raids. Oh, really? I guess I have to go back and watch the footage.
I am Forchenault Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Forchenault, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisoix, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
It's so weird that our, core characters have families. Like, that's just you. What is this? Families in Final Fantasy? Since when? Ugh.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the Primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
Well, this went well.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald. One in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
Better to fight and fail than wait for the axe to fall. To ignore the plight of those who might conceivably say it's not wisdom with his intents.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alizé, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
Wow.
What? Father. How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait! Don't bother, Alizé!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Horrible. Horrible human being. Horrible human being. A monster. We'll adopt them. Yeah, we will. Yeah, we will. I will adopt you. In order to avoid conflict with Corlamal, the Forum went so far as to order the abandonment of an entire city-state. Their refusal to aid us now is, I am sorry to say, entirely consistent with their historic position. Is it we who walk the path of ruin? Time will tell. Oh, I just want to cry. So that's what he came here to say. That we're all fools for having the temerity? What does temerity mean? To defend ourselves against the Telophoroi. And as for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum's decision. To watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, and as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. Excessive confidence or boldness, audacity? Okay. Never heard that before. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Asshole who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Toloforoi without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel, as they are wont to do? I think there's no turning back from that. He is Master A-hole now. Cat, has Master A-hole arrived yet? Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject, without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master A-hole's performance. When he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know, but something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Toloforoi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Aetherial Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Looking forward to it, always calling him that. Well, that's his true name. He seems to be very proud of it. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem. But don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here. When the time is right, of course. I am aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. Join me here. So that is where we are going. I've always wanted to visit Sharlayan. I saw so many streamers at this point and all had the same reaction. They're mine now. Yeah. Well, didn't Blue just call me stream mom earlier? I'll adopt those. Those kids. You haven't spoiled yourself with the Endwalker opening yet, have you? No! I have seen nothing of Endwalker. I have... You don't know how hard it is not to see anything. But I have been working very hard to not see anything. And Blue has helped me a lot with that. So thank you. And so you shall, albeit under less than happy circumstances. It may take a while to secure entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? I remember how hard I had to work to not hear about anything from Shadowbringers, right? Yeah. I can't really use social media. That's not really an option for me. YouTube was trying something fierce to spoil me when I was looking at FF stuff. Oh my god, yeah. Another thing that I have to watch out for. Hitting the end of 6.3 felt really weird. It was first time I was caught up with MSQ. Oh my god. I think mine is gonna be... I think I'm probably gonna get caught up during 6.4. So I think 6.5 will probably be the first patch where I am caught up when it launches. I think. Every time when a new patch drops, I disconnect myself from everything. I was in a duty, so now I get to say this, the worst dad award goes to. Right? .4 sounds about right, to be honest. 6.4 will probably release around the end of May, so probably 6.4. Oh, 6.5, yeah. Yeah. My wife and I caught up to 6.3 recently, and it's exciting not knowing what's coming and knowing neither does anyone else. Haha! Right? That's gonna be a weird feeling. Because obviously I've gotten so used to that, you know, I don't know what happens next. But then be like, wait, you guys don't know either. Next live letter is March 31st. Yeah, I saw that. Your speculations give me cause to hope. Yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible that Charlians hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telophoroi. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Charlian intend to do if we fail? Oh, you're forcing food on me? Golden pineapple juice. What makes it golden? Freshly squeezed from golden pineapples. Lemon muffin. I want a muffin. Well. I'm gonna be using these only for the XP boost anyway, so it doesn't matter. So I'm gonna choose whatever sounds the nicest. I'm gonna go with the lemon muffin. That sounds good. Yay, welcome welcome to the stream, Typhon. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy it here. We still need to catch up with all the raids though. Ooh. I think the main goal should be to be all caught up by mid-July so that all FanFest announcements can be seen. I think that, especially if I keep having like extra streams, I think that's a safe bet. Game is like a grandma. You gotta eat, you need it to grow strong. Right. That made me hungry. That was the goal when we were planning for FanFest anyway, but still should be it. It still is, and here's the thing. I don't want to rush the story, as in when I'm playing, when I'm going through the story, I take my time with it. I don't rush it. As you can see, we're not really rushing right now. But at the same time, I do want to get caught up as soon as possible, mostly for crafting reasons. So, yeah, extra streams is probably going to be something that I do a lot until I get there. Definitely prior the Alliance raid once we hit endgame, because it will be 6.4 during FanFest, so they should be previews for 6.5 and the last Alliance raid. Oh, alright. Yeah, that should be fine. Death unto dawn. I get a shush? I get to shush people? Shh. That's a dangerous emote to give. Kane Senna seems determined not to let the disappointment of Charlian's rejection distract her from the task at hand. Last quest? Oh. I lose my sprout after this quest? What did I miss? We met a-hole. While Charlian's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Grave tidings, walking ones. Grave tidings. Walking ones, it's the sylphs. Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see feathered ones sent terrible news. Destroying ones have appeared in Zelfatol. Destroying ones and captured ones and even frightful godly ones. Feathered ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flopping and squeaking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late. But luckily, destroying ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West, that would be Querthus. My lady, the Ishgardians report that the Telophoroi have emerged from the eastern highlands of Querthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose has yet to be determined, the Cartano Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Emmerich has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. This time the time is come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it is A mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartano. Wait! This one almost forgot. Destroying ones were said to be led by cackling robed one. This one must see that all walking ones know. Farewell. Cackling. Fandaniel? Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartano. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. At once, my lady. Let us away. Outside the Caroline Temple. Okay. I wish to hit Fandaniel with an airship. Oh, yes. My last quest is a sprout. Hello. Cat, it would seem Fordola here has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I have explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, and it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. Throat is getting dry.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
We carry the dreams of many. We'll carry yours too. We'll be sure to give your regards to the Talafare. Some things may have changed, but the adventure isn't over yet.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
Well, a
You've got
smile
a pretty
better
narrow
suits a
view of what it
hero.
means to be a hero. Do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. Then I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Oh boy. That's a scary thought. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Am I ready for this? Oh god. Let's hope I'm not too tired for this. So, have fun! thanks. How many hours of cutscenes and then like, oh, it's battle time. Oof. Oof. Okay. 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 Alright. Here we go. You can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alfina's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amalja and Kobold forces are also bound for Cartano as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo, and we must do the same, by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should get going. Upon joining the battle at Cartano, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to participate in the battle and view these scenes in their entirety. Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Oh, thank God! Thank God! Oh, thank God. What I've hated with these is that you have to start from the very beginning. Oh. Pan camera over a little. Ooh. Aww. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. They started with that at this duty, I think. Bye.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Charlian, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
I'm stressed.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
One of the coolest solo duties in my opinion. Hope you enjoy it. I hope I will enjoy it too. I should have eaten something first. Because I know what happens when I go into a... Listen well, friends. The Tolophoroi are sweeping across Cartino. As for the Asian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield but has since vanished. He likely intends to watch events unfold from afar. Thus far, the movements of the lunar primals have proven difficult to predict. Even when poised to ambush our troops, they instead withdraw for some unknown reason. Whatever the Tolophoroi's plan may be, the primals are our primary target. Understood. They will not elude the science for long.
Prepare yourself.
I prepare myself. Okay, what shall be our priority here? Well, as a dancer, I can have multiple priorities. Do we have anything that's like a healing type? I don't think so. Let me just get rid of this one that's aggroing to me. There we go. Oh god, I can't read while I push buttons. Cat, Alphino, come with me. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Something's not right. I don't see any primals. As the science spread out across the field, Alice and Graha take the fight to the Tolophoroi. No. No! Do I get to fight as... Defeat the enemy forces. Please don't start the fight yet. Can I move these? No? Fuck. They make no sense. Why are they... Oh, okay. I have no idea what those do. Those are AoEs. 3 and 5 are AoEs. That's not. Time to play as Red Mage? I don't like Red Mage. I tried it. I don't like it. Okay, damage, AoEs, heal. Okay, go. Let's see. Oh, fuck, that's why. Alright, those are quick. Oh my god, this is gonna be painful. So these are Okay. I did not mean to do that, but okay. Okay, that's like a basic AoE. Okay. Let's go with that for those. And then we have one.
Allow me.
Okay. So 3 is gonna be my basic for these. That's kind of pretty though. It's kind of like a rosy thing. Okay. Ooh. Not that one either.
Just the beginning.
Alright.
Right behind you.
Oh, that does that kind of thing. Okay. Why would you make me jump like that? Ah, yeah, every other one. Okay, yeah. Okay, got it. The heck does this thing do? I should be probably on the other side. This is gonna hurt. Alright, let's go. Far away. Here. Or not. Can I heal you? Send Angelo to cure the tempered. How? Go, Angelo! Do you see that? No, I just see these two. The glyph? Yes. How worried should we be? I'd say very. Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Cartano. But now that I am here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like the pillars of the Azim Step, but greater in scale, far greater. The glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst. And I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption to the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Oh god, again? Follow my lead. Don't you dare do anything yet. Alright, basic damage. These all just look the same to me. Alright, a little bit of a shieldy thing, some healy things, and some attack things. Oh, am I supposed to keep those alive? This is not gonna end well. Lunar Odin. That's a horny boy. Alright, what am I supposed to do with this thing? Hello. Shall we get started? What's the difference between these ones? Ouchie. Alright. Let's use shields when we can. Ooh. Every 13 seconds? But that doesn't last long, though. Hello. I shall protect guy. Oh, hello.
My turn.
Oh god. This thing is gonna die. So are we. Alright. Okay. Ouchie. Oh god. Does that bubble, like, does it have an effect longer than... What? Combine your strength and repel lunar audience attack. What do you mean? Hello. Alright. Let's keep this little guy safe. Okay. Alright. Hello, welcome back. God, where? There. Well, in the middle as well. Oh god. Sandatsuken. Meanwhile, Grahatia and Alize prepare to lock swords with Lunar Ravana. What the heck are you? That gives me MP back. That's a dot. Okay. Basic attack. Give MP back. Dot. Heal me. Or 1. Heal everyone. Prevents spellcasting movement and other activity. Ah. Guy's a all-rounder. He can't decide. Seems like it. Alright. So... Alright. Let's let's try. Let's start with this. Let's try to remember to keep it there. Can I, by the way, be here so that whatever you do, you're not actually... Oh, I mean to do 2 of that. Oh? Oh my god. That's a lot of crap. Break?
I have you now.
Okay. Oh my god. Ouchie! Let me keep this thing safe. Nope, that one. Oh my god, Alice is about to die. Can she heal herself as well? I'm kind of confused, because she seems to heal herself, but she doesn't really seem to care about her health. Oh. Can I use this on that? I don't think it works now. Oh god. That doesn't work on everyone though. Oh my god. Wait. Ah, shit. One of them got through. It's like the one with the Lakshmi thing, like with the balls. Man, I hated the balls. My god. I'm finding it hard not to move. Definitely don't want to be a spellcaster. Just let me be a dancer, please. At the selfsame moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphino and Estinian, resolved to lay something. Alright. Graha is the Omni tank, DPS healer? Yes. Whew, okay. Alright, let's do it. I kind of like that it follows the, like, traditional Ifrit battle, like, stuffs. Oh shit. god. Did not need to use that. Okay. If I do this, does it heal that thingy too? No, it doesn't. God. This guy likes banging.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Thank you so much for the follow.
How fair the tempered.
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
So many Angelos.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
should have been quicker. But I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
One battle at a time, we'll get there. To the very end.
That we will.
Very bright. Congratulations, thank you! Got here in time for the big finish. Hi Dan, how are you doing? I'm shaking. Thank you so much, Pooh, for the gifted sub. And now Leah can enjoy the Muggles. Congrats on finishing the Sprout exam. Now the real game begins. The cat boy. Best character in the game. I love him. Congrats and good luck, thank you. You understand why it's called Field Springers? Yeah. Aww. So no forgiveness for no dance partner from now on. Now it's not an issue anymore. It was the DM portraits were always in the way, so that always like it messed up my brain. But now that I moved them so that they're not on top of the party list. I have not forgotten Dance Partner once since then, so that was messing with my brain. Oh, I love this music so much. This song also still hurts me. Aww. Oh my god. Ready for a trailer, Cat? Yeah. 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 Alright. Shall we skip the rest of the credits? I can't think she's ready. All right. Skipping Shadowbringers and credits? Well, do you guys want to watch these? Tenjek, I have started Eden, but have not done the trial thing yet. Are we like halfway through Eden-ish? Halfway-ish? Oh my god, I love this music. I just recall I needed all the rolling text just to calm down. Yeah, I need a little bit of that, but I don't know if I need the entirety of the credits. Up to you if you want to skip. I'll probably skip parts of it. I usually keep them rolling for a little bit here because I need like that moment here. Oh. Alright, now that we got those two most important songs out of the way, I think now we can skip the rest. I always make sure to ask if I'm doubting to avoid spoiling, and I appreciate that so much. Thank you for doing that. Yo, more day themes when to skip. I mean, nothing against the song, it's just that those two pieces that were before, like those were like, okay, these we need to listen to. Alright. Here we go. But here's the thing. I have not finished the quest. I am still a sprout. I am still a sprout. Braha! Throughout the battle, I could not shake the feeling that all present were performing for the amusement of Fandaniel. Nor did his blithe reaction to this latest defeat give me cause to think otherwise. I can only conclude that such failures are of little consequence to his broader scheme, whatever it may be. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Emmerich, and may I say how much I appreciated the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telophoroi have been driven from Cartano, 'tis like that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telophoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of aetherology, we are better qualified to find the solution. I think I remembered it. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is a time and a place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to the task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess, I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to the Telophoro's plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telophoroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us. For you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes. Alright, Alphino, we need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in position to seek information from all manner of places, not least Sharlayan. According to Kryl, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telophoroi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear. The Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Ahol's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation. I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Charlian hath ever been the wellspring of aetherological knowledge. Hi chat, how you doing? I care not where we go. Here or there, my lance will be ready. And what of you, Cat? Might you be persuaded to join us? Maybe. Plot a course for Charlian. If it means I can have words with a-hole. An island of bookworms and bureaucrats. Have we no other choice? Plot a course for Charlian. Master A-hole. He is Master A-hole. That is his true identity, his true name. Here, here. It is time we laid bare the Telophorus' dark designs. It appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Kryl to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. Shush. I have learned to shush. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already.
A Reaper, you say? He's a Reaper. Now you can shush Blue when he tries to get you off the tables. True. Why would you be a botanist for battle? Aww.
My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach.
Gateway of the gods.
The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me. all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very kind of you. Enjoy the Mughals.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Pray return.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes, and with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Everything all right back there?
That's not all right. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines in cases cast toward moonlit sky. Dust does not occur to rise your steps to guide. What's not alright? I'm still a sprout! We did it! Post Shadowbringers is done! I think you need to accept the next quest. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Log out here and do the trailer. You lose once you leave the Rising Stones. Stay forever in Rising Stones. So, if I leave Rising, if I go outside, I lose my sprout. Yes. Then I want to do that first. If you log out to do trailer and come back, you should also lose sprout. But I don't want to lose it that way. Like logging in. I'm gonna walk out here. And we're gonna watch the trailer. No worries, we're gonna watch the trailer. I'm just saying that I wanna walk out of this building first. Just walk out of this building. I'm not a sprout anymore. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. Now you officially know what you're doing. I'm not a sprout anymore. I don't have the pretty little sprout in my name anymore. You have to water the sprouts to make the community grow. Cat has been watered enough. Yeah, with tears. Like Blue said, now it's your responsibility to treat sprouts with patience and kindness. Now you get to see sprouts doing MSQ. You could resort back to ARR to get your sprout back. I have 2 alts, so when I miss my my sprout, I can always go there. Alright. Okay, is it trailer time then? Is it trailer time then? Hi. Okay. Definitely trailer time. Alright. When you hear a normal speaking voice in the trailer, focus on that. Then you will notice something. Oh. We shall see if I still notice something. I might not pick up on it. Endwalker demo and title. We ready? We ready? Alright, Endwalker demo and title. It's the last one. Then I've seen them all. Endwalker, oh my god. I've tried so hard not to see any of this, and now I'm finally getting to see.
You know. And I've had enough of this rabble. Come on.
As the chaos spread, the star seemed doomed to unravel, and yet there were those who stood in defiance of that fate. As we feared, the respite afforded this land was but fleeting.
I wish the dialogue was louder. Oh. It's so beautiful! Oh, that is gorgeous! The Aetherites are getting more and more beautiful. That's a lot of books. Oh my god, that's a lot of books. Hi.
This star still has secrets to tell. Take care, my friend.
Oh.
So, Charlian would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must then, but we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Now this starting screen I've seen before. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Love the narrator's voice. I'm gonna have to watch that again because I don't know, the dialogue was very quiet. I barely heard it. You've been through so much. Now it's time for the final push. Let's go. Hi. 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 YouTube version has much better audio mixing if you want to hear the voices. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. I'll definitely do that. The dialogue is understandably quiet, so it's harder to hear accidental spoilers. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh my god. Of course this is how you show up. Check Discord fast. Aww. Aww. That's cute. Oh my god. my next quest is gonna be an Endwalker quest. Like, that's just, what? My next quest is gonna be an Endwalker quest. An Endwalker quest. What? 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 You get to hear the Endwalker quest accept theme. Oh my god, that's gonna be new too. I'm no longer a sprout. And Blue is dead again. Why is Blue dead now? What happened to you? Was losing the sprout that traumatizing? Died of excitement. Oh my god. I'm not a sprout. My name is so new. I don't have the little sprout icon. Wish I could travel to you to be there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. I shall not reveal the trailer's narrator's voice until you are in the first Endwalker location. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is such a perfect place to end the stream, but at the same time I'm like, do you guys know how much I want to just keep on going? Do you guys know how much I want to do that? We know the feeling. Doing the first quest opens up a lot for your offline weekends. Okay, here's a question, because it has to do with that. So, when I finished ARR, during that stream, I did do the first quest of Heavensward, so that I got the foundation unlocked. I did do that then, because I knew that I wouldn't be able to, wait. Is this expansion the same way where the first quest takes me to a new place? Do I want to do the first quest? Just do quest? Do it. One way to find out. Maybe, I don't remember. It's cute either way, but the first quest is a nice taster. I'm not telling you, can't make me talk. Weird how no one knows. Yeah, it's because it's been so long since you guys did this, like it's impossible to remember. Because next stream is gonna be on Monday, and that's gonna be raid day, so we're not gonna be touching Endwalker then. So I would have to wait until Wednesday. I don't want to do that. I don't want to wait until Wednesday. It is safe to peek at the presents. Just a little peek. If should we do a little peek? Like, let's see what's behind that first quest. Let's peek what's behind the first quest. Thank you everyone for being here. Oops. One small step for watchers, one huge leap for Cat. Yeah. Oh my god, I just noticed that you're here. Hi. Haven't seen you here today. Oh, and Luna. Lally-ho. Oh my god. Oof. Lally-ho. Lally-ho. Oh god. Lally-ho. Oh, I think everyone else I have said hello to today, I think. I'm not a sprout anymore. Okay, we're gonna peek behind the first quest. We're gonna peek behind the first quest. We're gonna do the same that I did with when I reached Heavensward. We're gonna just great community, right? Yes, it is. Ours especially. I don't. How did I get so lucky? Do it. I will do it. Okay, are you ready? We're gonna officially start Endwalker. Oh my god. Next ship to sail. Did I get a weapon coffer? Alfino is feeling the need to take stock. I'm not ready for to hear Endwalker music. Okay. Here we go. Endwalker begins now. Cat, do you have some time to talk? I have as much time as I want. Who needs food or sleep when you have this game? I have not taken a single bio break this entire stream. I just realized. 5.5 hours I've been just sitting here doing this. I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? I love the music! New music, I know! It's beautiful. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? Ooh. The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophori. I'm distracted by the music. Wow, that's good. The Telophori stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Orenwald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Talaforoi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Zenos Galvis, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Empress Varys, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. Damn, the music is good. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. Dear friend, you'll be saying that a lot, Kat. Okay. I was so excited by new music, I forgot I'd have to fight bosses to hear it properly. Aww. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Talaforoi. Oh my god, why can't I say that anymore? It's too much for one day. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it's only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlian, I am sure of it. I mean, you'll be saying that a lot about Endwalker's music? Oh, like, each expansion has their own unique vibe to the music, you know? And I'm already kind of seeing what kind of vibe this expansion will have with the music. Like, you know? I get that. Yeah, what I'm trying to say. Like, they all have a very... Oh, they have their own vibe. Different songs, yes, but they have, like, that... their own vibes. We will find a way to Charlian, I am sure of it. Master A-Hole's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The forum knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word. It's a trip, isn't it? Yeah. Oh my god. This would be an awesome song to hear in a concert. You know, like how I was, I went to Distant Worlds, so to the Final Fantasy concert. Something like that, like hearing this song would be so awesome live. Because it's very like, you know. We've just received word from Mistress Kryl. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. Right now? Right now, or are we gonna take like a 10-hour detour first somewhere else? And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. We get to see their home! I am eager to see it, of course, of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Oh, I'm gonna be crying. At least one. There it is. Speak with the tarot. Maybe starting Endwalker. Maybe. We're going to Limsa? We're going to Limsa. One more quest. Arcanist Guild. Just one more peek. Yeah, we're gonna peek what's behind the first quest. We're gonna... You guys are gonna make me cry. Why is Blue dead again? Just one person to see you off. Hiya. Oh gosh. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. We'll see you on the other side. I want to talk to Graha. I never thought the day would come when I would be sailing home again. It always seemed so very far away. Happy end walking, thank you, and welcome to the stream. My God. Alright. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. I never tried my shush. Remind me before I end stream that I try my shush. The ship for Charlian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Here we go. Here we go. I'm scared. Oh, I love this music. This song I love. Blue dead. Nothing changed after losing Sprout.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one.
Do you guys know what? I'm on the same expansion as all of you. Same expansion. I'm not that behind anymore. I'm on the same expansion. I'm in the current expansion, yes. There's no more expansions after this. For now. We're on the patches. Yeah, but it's still Endwalker. Post Shadowbringers was still Shadowbringers. So close to Island, I know. I've been waiting for that damn island since Heavensward.
And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aww.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's winds are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Oh, Thancred. They've all grown so much.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian?
Sir.
Sir Estinian?
Sir.
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
Right.
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company.
Private company?
Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Little Lord Alphino!
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Little Lord.
Better.
Little Lord. Son of Master A-hole.
You're right, Tataru. You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
I'm gonna miss you.
It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I love Tataru. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise. me hug Tataru. Right. Huggy.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
No.
We set the sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
I'm so excited. I can't.
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Deep breaths.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
I'll try.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
I'm not ready.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow early riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
I'm not ready.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
I'm feeling so many things. Oh god, I can't see a thing. Why now, Heidelin? Oh my god, the piano version. I used to play the piano when I was a teenager, but then as an adult, I never lived in a house where I would have space to pick up that hobby again. In this apartment, I do have space. I have an empty corner there, and I've been thinking this entire winter. I've been thinking maybe I should start that hobby again. And music like this just really makes me think, man, I want to pick up the piano again. Imagine playing this, right? Because I already measured. That's a perfect spot. I have like an empty corner there. That's the perfect spot for it. God, I love this. Oh, I want to find this piano version. It's so good. If you ever get trouble from neighbors, you could get a device which plays the sound into headphones. Oh yeah, I would definitely need to have it that way. Even just an electric keyboard. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. But I do have the space for it so that it could always be there. I don't have to like put it away. Don't get me wrong, I love a whole and proper piano, but they are huge and heavy beasties. Yeah, I don't think I want one of those right now, but yeah, like a keyboard, that would be better. I've been thinking about it for a while. Because it's the first time I have the space for it, so might as well use it. I have an electric piano and it works really well. Yeah, this music just, this version here just really hit it home for me. I miss it so much. Fun fact, actually, this is so crazy to think now, but when I was a kid, when I first started playing the piano, one of the first songs I ever learned properly to play were actually Final Fantasy songs. This was way before I had ever played a Final Fantasy game, but my brother played those games when I was a kid, and I heard the music through that, and I fell in love with the music through that, and I started learning to play them. I remember one of my earliest songs that I ever learned to play was from FF9, the Roses of May. That was one of the first songs I ever learned to play. So cool. Crazy to think that now it's like come a full circle. All right, let's continue, because I could be here forever. Why now, Heidelin? Roses of May, such a beautiful track.
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go! Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
I don't.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Northern empty, old Charlie.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
Oh,
if one
music.
submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Can I walk freely? Can I explore? Can I? No.
Greetings. We've just arrived
You're
and
cute.
are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home.
Welcome home?
Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Master
And
A-hole.
while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Well, let's be real here. What is the main thing I do here? Aw, Blue. Crafter, right? Stream mom. I'm an artisan. I craft.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now? If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness. Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization. I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
It's been so long.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Give me freedom.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
Thank you.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Floor monitor. Welcome to Endwalker, thank you. Wait, how do I... What did I get? Aww. Where is it that I got a new thing? Shush! Let me see what I do. Oh! I had to try that because I got it just so... I'm speechless. I can't. Thank you everyone for being here. Now I can say it. The narrator's voice in the trailer was Emma. I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure, but I was like, wait, this is, right? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. We've been here for a long time, but here's the thing. I wanna finish this quest. I'm not gonna start another one, but I wanna finish this quest and then I wanna... Oh god. I wanna run around and high-five the blue crystals. Do we have enough energy and time to do that much? Alright. Wanna see where you're going to do your crafting quests? Yes! Yes! Alright, so Kryl here. If I finish this quest, am I gonna have, like, is she gonna have the next quest for me here? Or is that gonna take me somewhere? Alright, I'm gonna finish this quest and then we'll explore, okay? I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Thank you. Oh, I got a weapon offer. That's different. 515. And mine is better. I need to fix my gear. Okay, I'm not gonna grab the new one. Okay, I see. I see so many amazing people here. Oh god, thank you, everyone. You really don't know what it means to me. I feel so lucky. High five. All right, how should we go about this? Up to the main. You're beckoning? Yeah? Following you? We're not going to the main? Alright. We're gonna have a snack first. Oh? Welcome to the last stand. As the final and some say only bastion of fine dining in Charlian, we guarantee a quality culinary experience found nowhere else in the city. Aww. Oh gosh. Oh my god. I love that this is Oh, it's next to an ocean. Oh, it's so pretty in here. Oh. Oh, the water, and oh my god, the water. Ooh. You guys are cute. Aww. Oh. Wait. Aww. Oh my god. I'm getting like Grease vibes here. I was at a FF14 drama story here one time. What? Place to chill and relax, yes. I bought a guitar a month ago just to learn this song eventually. I'm a complete beginner. Oh my god, good luck with that! That's a fun hobby as well. Plan is after the main Aetheryte we go east, okay? So here? Okay. Okay. Aw, this is so pretty! Alright. Let's do it. Let's do it. How do I go there? I can just go from here. Oh, the main Aetheryte is so beautiful. Pretty flowers. Pretty, 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 pretty flowers! And the water, oh my god. The water is like turquoisey water. It's my favorite water. Oh, let's high five the big one so that I can actually get here. So, east? Oh my god, how do I even navigate here? Big ass building. Oh my god, what a pretty bridge. Oh my god, this is so cute. Oh my god, this is so cute. Love it. The water. I'm in love. I'm in love. I love this place already. It's so... I love the vibe here. Beautiful place. Yes, it is. This is the endgame crafting city, if I remember correctly. There's a market board right next to the Aetheryte. Oh, that's so nifty. Although I never buy anything from there, but still. It's like an alliance raid right now with everyone running together. Oh my god! Wait, how do you splash water? Oh my god. This is beautiful. I never want to leave this place. Splash water is a paid frame. Okay. Oh my god. god, this place is gorgeous. It's got like flowers and it's got like, it's next to the ocean and it's just... I'm gonna cry. Imagine if you have VR and actually visit this place. Oh my god. Okay. We grabbed that. How do we... Let's move around here. Oh my gosh. I really, really love the vibe of this place. And the music. I really like the music. I mean, I love Gridania. I love Gridania so much. It's always gonna be my home, but I think I'm gonna be spending a lot of time here. Oh my god, the view! I literally fell asleep to the night music of this place last night. Aww. Told you it's the best view in the city. Oh, yes you did! Try to catch up with everything. Oh god. Should come back to there at night. Oh. I'm just... Oh my god. I'm just overwhelmed. It's just... Oh wow. You should come back to there at night. It's that beautiful. Well, I will do that. I will do that. I'm sure I will see it. We continue. There's supposed to be a road. Oh, here. I think. Yeah, here. Aether Shard to the west, very west. So this one is where you will get your craft quest. But only after you hit a level of 82 MSQ quest. Okay, got it. Then I can continue my crafting journey. God, this place is beautiful. I love this place. I have a sneaking suspicion that this might end up becoming my favorite city. Like, I'm just really vibing with this place. You gather our quests too? Well, I assumed as much. There's just water everywhere here. Oh my god. We have one more. We can go in here? Oh, there's a summoning bell. I like the other Endwalker city more. Oh, there's another one. Aww. It became my home point when I got here first, and it stayed that way till now. Welcome to the school for the area. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh my god, I'm so excited! I am so excited. Alright, we have one more, right? We haven't tuned to this one yet. I think we have one more. Hi! I have this town as home point and the other as free teleport. Ah. Wait, where am I going? Yeah, exactly here. You left already? Me? I'm here. I'm getting the Aether shard thingy. I think I'm missing one. Gotta high five all the blue crystals. I was going to point out the classrooms because I'm a dork. Oh no! I can come back. I can come back. This is the inn though? Oh really? Oh my god, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. That is very kind of you. Thank you and enjoy the Muggles. Oh my god, that's 6 months? Oh my god, thank you so much. That is so generous. FF5 main theme? Is it? Have not played. So is this where I will have an in-dude eventually when I get to the point where I can have? This is how you make Blue very upset. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy it here. What do you mean? Blue loves it when you dance on tables. Yeah, seems like it. No respect for the person that made it. We are celebrating the table. Can you see how much we are celebrating the table? Do you think it's celebrating when you walk on me? Okay, Mystic Sky, have an amazing rest of your day. Thanks for stopping by. Well, to be fair, when you have a music like this, you have to dance. You just have to. Alright, so... how was the first quest into Endwalker? So worth it. So worth it. I'm so glad I did it today and didn't wait until next Wednesday. Alright. But this is gonna be where we end here today. If I had the inn opened here, I could go to this inn room, but you're all going to be the death of me. Yeah. Yeah. But anyways, I'm gonna have to return to Gridania. Because I can't use this yet, it seems. Oh god. You are just... Feels like you are celebrated here. I wanna pet you. My death is celebrated. Funny fact, if you teleport now, the cost is gonna be pretty high. What do you mean? You should make this place a favorite destination. All right. Endwalker Aetherite teleport cost gets stupid expensive. All right, let's do it then. I'm gonna go to the main. Well, I'm so close, but anyways. All the Aetherites are miles from everywhere else. Yeah. Favorite destination. Oh yeah, I had Idleshire. Hang on, where is everything? Can I look at the map like the whole, like the... Give me the world. Oh wow, we're there? So Gridania is my home point right now. Limsa kind of makes sense because it's kind of further there. That makes sense, and that makes sense. So maybe instead of Idleshire. Because then I would have like everywhere. Okay, I think that's better. I'm all out of MSQ to do, so now I live vicariously through others. Have you just started Endwalker? Hope you've enjoyed the journey thus far. Yes, today we finished post Shadowbringers and did the first quest of Endwalker. That is as far as I've gotten. I've done the first quest of Endwalker. Alright. Now, everyone, thank you for coming. I shall return now. I pray return to New Gridania. And, we're gonna call it a stream. Ah, thank you. Oh, God. Alright, so we're gonna call it a stream here. It's been a longer one. Hello. It's been a longer one today, but I'm so glad that we got that started. Now I can go and just look at all the prettiness that is that place on my own time. And so next streams. So next week on a Monday, we have raid day. So we're gonna continue the Eden raids. And then on Wednesday, we're gonna continue MSQ. And I think if I can pull it off, I'm probably gonna have an extra stream next Friday as well. Probably, but I'll confirm that closer when I can, you know, see if I can make it work with my schedule. But yeah, next streams. Next Monday and Wednesday. Same place, same time. Monday, Eden raids. And Wednesday, diving into MSQ in Endwalker, I think. Alright, so thank you everyone for joining me here today. I hope you guys had fun. Come join us on Discord. Blue just put all my socials in the chat, so go grab them. Come join us in Discord. We're there every day. And have an amazing rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are in the world. And thank you so much for hanging out with me today and being on this journey with me today. As I lost my sprout, I no longer have the sprout. I'm no longer a sprout. I'm all grown. Yeah. Thank you everyone, and I hope to see you very, very soon again. Bye!